Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. We're back on the other side of our midweek hump. Wednesday is over. On the other side now, we're almost at the end of the week, which is, it never feels good for me because I feel like time is against me, you know? I want the week to be slower. If we could have like a 7-day work week, but actually only like 5 days pass, I could actually get my stuff done. I know that's an unpopular opinion. Okay, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in stream. We've got Kahoot, Switching, we've got Kirill? Yep. Swizz is here, Manatree is here, Ed Conky is here. Welcome. Hey, Diamond. We've also got Tony Chopper in YouTube chat. Hey. Big thanks to Mrs. Beefy Kenny for the most recent follow, and I am Superpixel for the most recent subscription. Kahoot says, I played the alpha test, but low-key fried my GPU. Got hot, 99 degrees. My GPU was a 4060. Well, that shouldn't be happening. Unless the FPS limiting wasn't working correctly, and you were like running the game at like 700 frames per second, which is not against the realm of possibility. It's possible that happened. There should be a frame limiter. Hello? There we go. Hi. We still here? We still good? All right, looks like everything's back to normal. I'm using my phone actually to do this right now. I don't know what happened to my bandwidth, but it's gone. So, okay, let's take that from the top. I am about to jump into a meeting with the team. Sorry about the delay. Phone, internet needed to take over because because LAN went dead. All right, we're gonna jump into a team meeting for stand up. It's midweek stand up. Just checking in with everybody, making sure everything's going honky dory and everyone has tasks to do. So I'm jumping in. I'm in. I see we have, hey, Elias, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing very well. I think you're coming in pretty clear. Everyone in chat, let me know if you can hear the other team members. So far we've had Squiggy say hi. And who else is here? Yeah. Nobody else. Okay. Just curly hair boys. All right. Well, I'm not sure if Luke is around. Looks like he might be. I'm seeing him on Discord mobile, and I'm not sure how our composer Morgan is doing. Morgan Animator seems to be heading to a doctor's appointment, so it might be a quiet team meeting today. I'm going to give everyone about maybe like a minute and a half before we... Oh, here we've got Luca. I'm going to wait one more minute.
Hmm?
I have a scratch on my arm that looks like that face. Do I? I know I have a scratch on my arm. Oh, it kind of does. It does look like the O face.
Hey guys.
How's it going, Luca?
Hey. I'm doing all right. How are you?
Oh, tired today. I don't know what's going on. I must not be getting the sleep that I'm supposed to be getting. I think it's been pretty hot here, so maybe just the heat's not agreeing with me, and I can't. Maybe like when I go to bed, we've had like the aircon on, so the house is pretty cold, and then maybe it warms up while we're sleeping. How about you?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, the air is hard to breathe lately.
Hello, do we have one more? There we go. Hey, Morgan Composer. I think that might be all of us for today. You were hidden by my little Discord has like an A Sprite pop up above the voice chat, and so I didn't even see there. Cool. All right. Well, I think I'm not sure Morgan P will be joining us, so happy to just jump in, going down the top of the list on our like midweek stand-up, just checking in on everybody and seeing what you're up to. So I have been trying to wrap up on the archaeology project this week. I've also been doing a little bit of work. I think was it Tuesday? We got a little bit caught up refactoring some deep menu stuff for Insignia, like the sound settings and the video settings, because we added like a CRT filter and then we wanted to make it optional, and then basically just rebuilt the whole menu. Just because those particular screens were using a really old layout system that is not it's not scalable. So got caught in that rabbit hole. And today we're going to be working on chapter 2 stuff. I think it's important that I lay down some spaces that contain cutscene information, even if there's no level design in those spaces, just so that we can sort of like discuss them and push in some of the animations Morgan's been working on and put some music in there and do some sound effects and that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's me for this week. How about you, Elias?
I've been doing a lot. Let's see. Let's go through my commit history. I just pushed a bunch of stuff to check out. A big commit.
Sweet.
Yeah, map ambience, those generic UI sounds that we were talking about yesterday.
Yep.
The Ridgelands thunderstorm.
Ooh.
Is in there. I think probably some other stuff that I'm forgetting.
Okay, sweet. Looking forward to checking it out on stream. Do you have good runway for the rest of the week?
I guess I'll see.
Okay.
Depending on what the feedback is.
Sure. All right. Well, I'll compile that today and then I'll let you know. But feel free to sing out if you happen to not have anything on your plate.
Sure
and
thing.
We'll jump over to Luca. How's it going?
Hello. Yeah, doing all right. So I've been working mostly on thinking about new game mechanics, such as how the ensigns might interact with certain level elements, and kind of translating them to, hey Morgan, translating them to gameplay, like puzzles, and how enemies would use them, and how the player would interact with that kind of stuff. So yeah, a lot of brainstorming and exploring with that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's been challenging, but interesting.
Good. That's the way it should be. If it's challenging, it should at least be interesting. Challenging and boring is the hard one. Cool.
True.
Well, let me know if you need any more feedback on any of that or direction. I know we kind of left it in a bit of a nebulous space last meeting, but yeah, happy for you to keep exploring and seeing how that goes. Hey, Morgan P.
Cool.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? I know you've got an appointment, so I won't hold you up.
No worries.
Talk us through what you've been up to this week so far and anything you've got ahead, or if you need more direction going forward.
I've just been working on Rekka's jump and fall animations.
Yep.
Nice, simple ones with lots of secondary, which I love.
Mm-hmm.
I love her hair. I've said it before.
We'll have to have more characters with long hair.
Yeah, all of them. Everyone gets like an 80s glam rock.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have anyone quite like that yet. Big shaggy hair.
Yeah.
the wolf
That's what
cut.
I've been up to. Don't really have anything else planned for the rest of the week.
Okay.
But if you wanna hand me a pile of stuff, I don't mind.
Yep, I'll put that on my list of things to hand over to you. Cool. And then Morgan R, how's it going?
Yeah, I've just been working on the sound of the Hunden musically, so yeah, keen to show you some stuff this afternoon, and then I guess we can talk about what's after that.
Sweet. Have we got, let me just check the production doc. Have we got something set up for today? Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
4?
cool. Yeah, sweet. Happy to do that if you have time.
Yep.
If there's a better time, we can shuffle it around sooner or later or whatever as well. But 4 is good for me for now.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I think that'll do me for midweek stand up. I don't want to keep you guys too long. If anyone has anything to say or questions, comments, complaints, let me know. Cool. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Short and sweet.
Cool.
Thanks, guys. Love your work.
Yeah, so do I. All right. Thanks,
Worried
everyone.
if you do that.
See you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. That said, I don't know if, yeah, Elias, I think we've got something scheduled right now, don't we?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you for being. I saw you linger in the chat a little bit longer, and I was like, I think that jogged my memory that I had seen this just now on the schedule. So,
Yeah,
like,
I started to ask, and then I was like,
I
"Wait,
left.
Adam's not here."
Sorry. Cool.
All
All
good,
right.
all good.
Well, I'll pull those changes now. Let me just wow, 351 things that I did. That feels like a lot of stuff. What is that? 1 second. I'm just gonna. What is this package? Oh, Hot Reload did an update. Oh, okay. Well, that's not so bad. Okay. And then I'm going to switch over to sound design, I guess, and then pull. And we'll have a listen to, do you have like a specific order that you want me to check things out in, or somewhere specific to check the feedback, or is it all in game?
It's all in game. I guess we can start with the less interesting stuff.
Okay.
There's some new. I updated the dialogue sounds, so I guess maybe
sweet.
the lakeside scene would be a good
Oh, cool. That's right. We were trying
place to check that out.
Yep. To recap for chat, we were trying to update kind of those sounds a little bit so that the majority of the volume of the sound wasn't hiding in a frequency that might not be heard by, like, I guess, less sophisticated sound or less wide gamut sound hardware. So if you're not listening to them with like a subwoofer, you might be hearing them a lot quieter than if you do have something with more bass.
Yeah, the old sounds were, I think they were like literally just sine waves, or if not very close to it.
Mm.
So if you had a speaker that, say, like on the back of a switch or something, you just wouldn't hear it at all, which is not good. So these new ones are a little bit, they live more in the higher register.
Okay, sweet. I'll have a listen. Do these also have a pitch modification depending on who's speaking, or is it just flat for now?
They do, yeah.
Cool. I want to hear it against the music as well, so I'm going to bring this up. Not bad. The little at the beginning is sticking out a little bit for me with these headphones on. I probably need to listen to them on a few different things before I can give proper feedback.
As in, like it's piercing.
It's just like
the highs are.
it's just kind of like sitting at the. It's kind of coming forward a bit compared to the dot dots, and I just feel
a
like
little too in front.
yeah, just a little bit. It's so minor. I feel like I need to listen to it on a few different pieces of hardware before I can like say something definitive. The typing sounds are pretty interesting. They're not bad. They have like maybe a little bit less of the voice that they did before. Like previously they were a bit more like tonal. Oh wow. The map just opened up and I heard the reverb.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing.
All right. Well, let's have a look at that. Maybe right now. Yeah, so right now I'll give my feedback on this. The sound of the reverb creates like a delay, right? And that delay
Yeah.
is like maybe a second and a half or around a second behind or ahead of, I don't know how it works, the live sound. And because of that, it feels like they're a little bit disjointed. So I like it, but maybe we should have some of it be a little drier so that it's not, so that you can still hear the main, like it feels like super wet right now. Does that make sense?
Okay, I can. Yeah.
Is that the right
Is
words
it that you'd
to use?
prefer? Well, this is what I'm about to
Yeah, okay,
clarify.
okay.
Is it that you want to hear like the original music kind of layered on top of what you're hearing now, or that the reverb should be like shorter?
Well, that's a
Because
good
both
question.
of those would make it clearer, but like
Yes.
a little bit different.
Yeah, I guess I would say the feedback to make it more dry would be because I think that having it be continuous, like being able to go, like hear the same melody going from the map back to home should be possible. But if that's going to compete with the pre-delay on the reverb so that we're hearing almost like two separate tracks, then I would say maybe we should just bring the delay down a little bit or like the reverb down. I guess, yeah, as long as it's not competing, as long as like we can just, yeah. I also think,
Yeah,
yep.
The unfortunate part is that the way that it's done, there actually is no pre-delay on it, but the way it's done is sort of like a blur function, like a Gaussian blur for images, but for audio.
Yeah.
But obviously we can't like listen into the future and use that.
Okay.
So
wait, so it's not I mean, pulling from samples from ahead? I guess you could play something. I'm not asking you to do that. I guess you could sync it by pushing it forward.
We would have to have like two different versions of the music.
Right. Okay.
To accomplish that.
So if I'm understanding correctly, it's taking this and then it's sort of like taking all of, this, and it's kind of blurring this out time-wise so that you're hearing this and this and this and this and this and this and this kind of washed over that. And that makes it broadly feel like the if this is kind of time-wise where we are now, but it's kind of like we don't hear it until later. We're kind of hearing this stuff back here because that's where like the center of that blur is relative to the rest of it. Or maybe there's a fall off more like that. I don't know how to I don't know how to display it, but
that
I'm
drawing is exactly what the impulse response
okay.
looks like
Great.
on the reverb. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So then I would say just lowering the reverb so that the response time is shorter might be my way to do it.
Okay.
And then putting a filter on it, like you've probably already got a pass filter, but just something that makes it feel like just like where it would be a high pass filter, maybe. So that it's not like we're underwater, the opposite of that. Like it's in a radio, it's far away. That might give us that same texture of, not texture, but like feeling of like we've gone into a different space without necessarily relying too much on the reverb. I still think we should have the reverb. I just think maybe right now it's so far that it creates a bit of jar. It's jarring a little bit.
Sure thing.
Cool. Something that I was considering, but I can't hear it right now on these headphones. It's so cool. The reverb reminds me of those videos they play in like super slow motion. That like it makes it sound really ethereal. Is there like a sound? Is there any additional sounds being layered in here, or is it just the reverb?
Right now, no. That's one thing that's missing, because if some of the ambience is being fed into it, but if the player's playing with no music, it's just basically going to be silent.
Good.
So
I
think I still need to make like some layer that sits underneath that's just always there.
Yeah, I would love like almost like a cosmic wind or like a underneath it. That would be really cool. I feel like those two things combined with the feedback will make it all. I feel like it'll be great.
I agree.
Cool. Awesome. Shall we check the next thing on the list?
Sure, that is... I guess the thunderstorm.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Where is...
This was a lot of fun to do.
I'm getting excited. Oh, I can like hear it. Just building some suspense here. Wow. I don't know if chat can hear that, but it sounds really good. Oh, dude, the tiles. I gotta do physics. I gotta do physics off them. That's great. We didn't change it for when it's far away, right? We kept it the same.
What do you mean?
Like we didn't have like I think we mentioned at one point like an undercover sound, and then we said, oh, we probably won't do that because it might just be too much complexity.
Yeah, I added a quick parameter in Fmod to do that, but I held off on like implementing it because I don't know.
Sweet. No, it's all good.
How we calculate like how undercover we are.
No, it's good. It's
if
really
I
good.
could make if I could make one visual suggestion here, just a thought I had.
Yeah.
If that's all right. In like, it's especially noticeable in that little cave where it's completely covered.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to update how the rain follows the player right now. If that's what you're about to say. Like this part here where it's like Sorry, I'll let you finish.
I was just gonna say it would be cool to see like maybe some rain particles that are in the background.
Yeah, despite
You can see like far away.
Yeah,
Because you like hear a bunch of rain and then you don't see anything.
Yep.
Except like a little drip
You're
in the
actually
corner.
totally right. I should have like another whole layer of rain that's just not colliding with the ground at all. Right now, like it's very obvious that it's right in front of us. Or like on the same plane. But it should be parallaxed back in the space. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That wasn't even what I was referring to. I'll add that to my to-do list. Thank you for that suggestion.
No problem.
Cool. This is sounding so good.
Thanks.
What, do we have any other things that I should be checking out?
I think that's it. There's a new journal opening sound.
It's so Stardew. I don't yet have an animation for this, but if I was to have one, it would be the book, like, sort of fading and rising up a little bit and then opening. Until that happens, I'm happy with what we've got right now. I think it sounds good.
Okay. Yeah, there were a couple things that there's also the rations menu. So the reason I'm talking about this is that there's the old dialogue, like, whoop sounds were being reused in a bunch of places.
Okay.
And those were the ones that you couldn't hear.
Right.
On certain speakers.
Yep.
So right now the rations menu is just reusing the new dialogue whoop sounds.
Okay.
I think they work, but if you like, oh no, I think
these sound like
the
ones.
You could do something different for these.
It sounds good to me. It sounds like perfect. I wouldn't change this at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great. It's so tactile. Makes me want to... Oh, you know that feeling? Like, this is something that I try to chase, like, no matter what we're doing. But, like, the feeling when something sounds and looks so, like, satisfying that your brain kind of interprets it as
I know
like
exactly
an
what you mean.
unbreakable, perfect mechanical thing. You know what I mean? This makes me like
that's yeah.
Like you forget
that's
it's
high
code.
praise. That's what I chase in my UI sounds.
Because like the UI is like, you know, it's a bunch of cobbled together code and like maybe like I hope it works, but like the animation and the sound effects pull it into this like I physically cannot see it as a thing that I built. I have to see it as like a thing that I'm playing because it's so polished right now. Like
I know what you mean.
Yeah, like it's like it goes beyond the space where you can criticize it because it's just like, and it's not perfect. There are things wrong with it, but like those things you just don't see unless you're like being asked to do that. I'm happy. It's good. There's a few things like I could still poke at our menu quite a lot, mostly for things that I've done or haven't done yet, but the rations looks really good. Yeah, sweet.
Okay, yeah, I think that's everything.
Cool.
That I did.
Well, that's all really great as usual.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
So I think I've still got some. There are some small things that I still have on my plate, like the the skid sound when Armin turns around.
Yep.
Was there anything else? Oh, I should just let you know that there's in the menu manager there's new sounds for save, reset, and
Oh, perfect.
button press.
I can add those today. So they're in there now?
Yeah, you can just call those the same way. I think it's like menu manager.play.
Yep.
Play button press or something.
Yep. Cool.
So those should be working. Let me know if they're not.
Okay. I'll review those and add them in today. And if there's any feedback, I'll let you know. Otherwise, like, I'm happy for you to then now proceed on to like some other environmental sounds. If you need specific feedback or like direction on those before you get started, happy to have a quick meeting ad hoc whenever you need it.
Okay.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Elias.
All right. Take care.
See you next time. Bye-bye. Awesome. Oh, he sounds so good. It's like, I remember when I started working on this game, I had like an idea about what I wanted the game to sound like. And I just think like it took us maybe, well, we went through like at least one audio designer and they weren't familiar with like pixel art or like chiptune at all. And I just feel like Elias has like he completely understands exactly what I was going for. And now is it a place where like he just does his thing and it's like basically right every time. Like it's just the right amount of like geometric kind of chiptuney-ness and the right amount of like textured sort of like sample sound. It's just like really, really good. Cool. All right, let's have a quick look. We'll put the music back on and we'll have a quick look at those UI sounds and see if I can make them work. We'll go somewhere that doesn't have a lot of ambient background music. Dude, I have no idea why this thing keeps breaking. I wonder did we fix the sizzle as well? Yep, that's fixed. You know what? I'm probably not going to be able to play the music so loud. All right. So we need a sound for like that, pressing that button, and then a sound for pressing that button. Okay. Play save, play reset, play bump, play tick, play move. Okay. So play save, we're going to use that on video settings. That might just work straight away. Nice. Oh. That is exactly what I would want that to sound like. That's so good. Feedback is a hell of a drug, man. They need a visual feedback too, though. Hey, Blood Red, thank you so much. As a UI designer and UX designer, I feel pretty embarrassed about like the lack of visual feedback in the menu. We'll get there. How did you find your sound designer? In my Discord. I literally found him in the Discord. Like, oh. Just like literally found him. Like posting music and stuff in there. I was like, would you like to work on the game? He's like, sure. It was pretty good. Yeah. Have an online community that you created through a YouTube channel, and then you can just mine that community for talent. That's the hack. I agree, 6 out of 10. Like, I just think in general, having like something go like is just really important. Ukanomoro says, do you plan on making brushes reacting with rain or wind in the environment? You mean like bush, like scrub and stuff? I'd like to. It just depends. I mean, I'll probably do that, yeah. I've got wind in the game, so we should be able to make things that animate with the wind. For sure. All right. Now, you guys never tell me when the audio is too loud, so I'll bring it down a little bit because I can tell it's going to be too loud for other tracks. Okay, so what's next? I guess I'm happy to merge that all in. Ads, save. Oh, I should have and reset sounds to video and audio settings. Let's go to like we have no sounds for that. No sounds for any of this. Oh, that's not supposed to look like that. And there's no way out of this, unfortunately. Oh, I also broke the menu. I broke everything. Sounds great. Okay, well, I'll have to fix that before anything gets too far. I don't actually think that it will affect your Steam page negatively if you open it too early. I probably should have set it up earlier than when I did. Nonetheless, I think it's not a big deal either way, as long as you're setting it, as long as it's set up by the time you start doing like marketing for your game. There's something that I believe right now that I'm not sure is like the way that people, like most people talk about it. So for me, the way that I think about it is your game is not going to generate wish lists. It doesn't matter how early the page is, how early you have it up. What matters is when you start asking people to click on that page and press wish list. That's what matters. And in order to do that, you need some sort of mechanism where you're posting online, you're sharing the game, you're giving people a chance to play it or to get involved with it. If people can't have a relationship with your game, no one's going to find the Steam page. So it's kind of irrelevant whether it's up or not years in the past, unless there's a way for people to engage with the thing that you're making. That's how I think of it. And so at some point you're going to be putting a lot of effort in, hopefully, into having people be able to engage with your game. The Steam page should be up before that point. That's all. And you should be doing that for an extended period of time before you release, I would say. So like if you're doing demos and you're doing updates and you're doing YouTube videos and trailers, and like, as long as you're doing that, like, 12 months ahead of release, or if it's a live service game, from before your first early access build or whatever, then I think that's kind of all that matters. Because you're not going to generate foot traffic on a game that doesn't have a demo, doesn't have a trailer. It's just a page. Like I'm not generating traffic if I'm not posting things. So that's how I see it. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob, how's it going? Okay, so we're working on, I'm going to take a quick break. Then we've got about an hour and 15 before we have a meeting with Morgan about music. So what I'm going to do is set up, I've got these spaces set up for cutscenes, but I'm not actually, they're kind of like in a space where I'm mentally not committing to being able to work with those spaces. So I want to start working with those spaces. Meaning just gut them for the level design. They don't need to have level design in them right now. It's more just like, hey, there's a cutscene that takes place here. What does the space need to be for the cutscene to function? And then later we can introduce more whatever we need for it. What game do you think Insignia's soundtrack will be most like? The soundtrack's we've already got music in the game. So I can already start comparing it to other things if that's what we want to do. I try to think of it like a movie more than like a game. Like a 1990s adventure film. What happened about the decision of making some areas more memorable? We're still doing that. That's just a work in progress, little side conversation. Maybe we can work on some of that today. I have had a side project, yeah. Arrowbound is one that I spent about 6 months on, midway through Insignia's development. I had a good time with it, but I kind of wish that I'd put more energy into it. It's just a bit hard because once you have a side project, that wants to become a main project, you have to then choose. And it just sucks to do that. Okay. Oh, you have? I have a mode that's going to be so fun for you if you like the game. I'm doing like an infinite mode. It actually exists in the game. I like put a bit of time into it. I think another week on it would be perfect. Yeah, this conversation needs to happen with people looking at it. Hey, Kaiko, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, I think like Arrowbound, it's going to get taken off the store if I don't update the API. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll update Unity with the patch, and then I will update the game. I might spend like a week on it, maybe in like December or something. I'll just spend like a little bit of time on it. And I'll add the infinite mode, and I'll add like maybe a way to donate or something like that. I don't know. Something. Yeah, it takes ages. It takes so long to get your game properly patched. Or just anything. I feel like getting approval from Google is like just this impossible task that just constantly is full of moving targets and hoops that you have to jump through. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to do a cutscene here. I'll see you guys in a bit. We're back. Hola, Juanito. ¿Cómo estás? Okay, so this, I'm going to change this so that, let's export it. Let's copy this. Let's go into this. Let's go into story. Let's go into chapter 2. Let's go down here and make it white. And I'm just going to change all of these to the names of the characters. Okay, so unknown A, we're replacing with Kerr. Unknown B, we're replacing with Rekka. And then unknown C, we're replacing with Hund. I don't think I've got anything special here, so I can just clear all this. Paste. And then import. Nope. How did unknown A not get replaced then? Better. Are there ranged attacks? Enemies have ranged attacks. The player may at one point get the power to do ranged attacks, but it'll be through a special ability. It's not like you don't get a bow. What is going on right now? Do I literally not have him in the game? That'd be crazy. No, it's there. I think I want to... I keep spelling his name differently. I think 2 R's is what I want it to be. What year does your world take place? How is that something that makes any sense though? If my game has a year in it, in like a fantasy world, like what could that mean to you? Do you know what I mean? It's not Earth. So if I said like 2000 or like 3 million, oh, corresponding to ours, like what period? Something to say, it's something like colonial period, like 1700s, 1600s, pre-guns being, like cannons exist, pistols do not in this world. You. Remove. Save. No character index 6. That's because I gotta clear the sequence again and then re-import it one more time. That might make it work. Sweet. Perfect. That's okay. And do you like follow more or less what our world had or has, or do you break that since your world? Well, this world has magic and our world doesn't. So there is like a completely... What I do is I have like in my mind, the way I think about it is it's like, imagine this world being one where when humans started evolving to having intelligence, to be able to speak and use tools, at the same time, many other animal species also had the same abilities. And humans and those animals evolved alongside each other to being to the point where they are competing civilizations. In this world, there's also magic, which governs a lot of like how technology has developed. And so their world, they have experienced something like nuclear war, but not through atomic science, not through like physics, but through magic. And now they're in kind of like a post-Dark Ages. Like, imagine if World War III happened here, and then everybody got teleported back to like, not teleported, but like, imagine if society fell into something like the 1200s, like basically feudal society, and then over 400 years got back to, you know, sailing ships and pirates and all of that. That's kind of what this world is. So like, and a lot of the technology that they have right now resembles what we had in that age, because they've kind of lost magic. They've kind of forgotten magic. That's sort of close to how I would describe it. Okay, so here are our characters in the scene. Hey, Walking Brian, thank you so much for the sub. You're back. Hi. 6 out of 10 says UX creation / process question for you. Do you tend to flesh out visuals and animation for a UI / project and then build code to meet your visual needs? Or do you have a loose base idea, write code system, and design within those constraints? I think the right way to do this would be something like this, or at least the way that I do it looks like this. So I'll do something like this. Right, I'll have like a basic model that I'm working to for whatever thing I'm trying to do. And I'll do essentially like paper prototypes or like wireframes for that thing. And then I'll prototype it. And then I'll do the polish afterwards. So you want to be able to make it work based on something as simple as this. So like in this case, this is what, that's not what it looks like. I guess, we've got the grid on the left-hand side. None of these are what I ended up with because I tweaked it a bit. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, so like this, I could pull out components here and say, okay, this is item description, floating item description. This is a grid cell. This is a item details row, or like an item row. And I would implement these as scripts, like little layout prefabs, and I would make them functional. Then I would start thinking about the more specific aspects of their appearance, highlight states, that kind of stuff, textures, and then I would work that in over the top. I wouldn't draw a pixel perfect thing and then implement it, because I find what that does is it locks you into like questions about polish when you're not really at a place where you are able to entertain those questions. Some of these like aspects, some of these designs change so significantly once they were in the game. Like this is where I was before. It changed a lot after this point, right? It needed to be able to be flexible. So even the layouts, like, yeah, you get it. Okay, so my system automatically created the characters that we need for this scene, which is awesome. We have a timeline as well. If I click on this, and we can see, that didn't do very well, but I can re-import this. So this is this. This is this. Now we have all the dialogue. We don't have unknown A, B, and C anymore. We just have Kerr, Hund, and Rekka. And if I go here, I should be able to validate the timeline data, which populates them correctly. Do you ever code without visuals? I don't know what you mean by that. Just like, I mean, it depends on what I'm coding. If it's like an ability, sometimes I will. Generally, I have some sort of visual context first, just because, I don't know, it helps me understand what I'm doing as like a plan, like a sketch at least, but not always. Condition interactable. Interesting. Is that what I want this to be? Is it interactable, really? Okay, it's a mono behavior. Sure. In this case, we just need a collider 2D. It's going to be a trigger. It's going to live here. This is going to need that in order to play. And this sequence is going to be, well, the same sequence, but the sequence is going to be play on collision. Yep. Save it. We should just be able to start this straight away. Cool. Let's also make sure that this door manager can go. Unknown A, B, and C can also just go. Scene instances can go. Pretty empty scene, which is good. Interest. We can remove the sequence player. Or like just revert this. I'd actually prefer to remove the interest altogether for now, just to see if this still works. No. Okay, so something not quite right here with the way that this trigger works. Oh, trigger on collision. Can I just force it to play? I can. Cool. All right. Let's get that cutscene camera in here where we want it. It's looking pretty good to me. Go back to the timeline. Camera transition track. We wanted to move. And when we force debug, oh. There we go. Sweet. Cool. So this dialogue is going to go much longer. We want to move this to here. Let's make this move quite slowly, like 2 to 5 seconds even. 3 seconds. Tick. 1, 2, 3. Like this. Okay, and we need a couple more of these. So let's update this. This is why I took away all of the detail in the map that I had previously, because I think what I want is now to push some of this over like this, and this like this. I'm sort of shaping the level to match what's happening in the story. Okay. So we're going to put you here, facing this way. We're going to put you up here, and then you are going to be like off here. facing this way. Then we're going to take 2 more of these guys, put them here and here. And then this guy is going to be, well, we'll come back to that. Let's go back to the timeline and add a track group called Hunden B, and then one more for Hunden C, and then this guy's B. We're adding a navigation track for you, and then also a navigation track for you. Okay. Let's get this right. So I want to add maybe like an annotation track. This is something that I started doing like a couple of months ago, and I think it's pretty good. It basically means I can storyboard this out just logically without worrying too much about how it plays yet. So I can be like, let's add an annotation clip. Add annotation clip, and we can just start typing stuff. So 3 Huns stand on the precipice, looking down expectantly at the Shatker. Right, that's just what's happening in this scene, and I can see I'm like creating a little label there so I can read what's happening, and I can sort of like play the dialogue out. Like that's not enough time, so it needs to be like over here. So like play, camera shifts up. Okay, then it's like from here, you two, yes sir, and then after this point they all go. So let's copy paste, and we'll say all 3 run off to the left. Yes sir, run off to the left. And then Rekka jumps in from off screen, lands confidently. Yeah, so all of this now gets pushed back. This is kind of like the screenplay, is what I'm doing right now. Rekka says, how did you convince Cecil to stay with the others? Maybe he should say, there you are, before he does that. So he turns to her. She says, I told him if he let us go alone, we'll tell my father he led the operation. He says, heart, excellent. I doubt he'll believe it. This is all fine. I think here, Rekka should say something. Rekka walks off pontificating. Also monologuing. Walks to screen right. Monologuing. And then here, turns to cur. It's true. Cool. And then Armin makes a sound here. Right there. Cool. Okay, that's the scene. Did you narrate your own dev actions pre-streaming? No, of course not. What do you mean? Nobody does that. That's crazy. Just talk to myself before I was streaming. Actually, I did used to like vocalize quite a lot when I used to work at a retail place, like a video shop, and I used to count the money at the end of the day out loud. So maybe. Are you doing a lot of unique animations for cutscenes so far? Yeah, actually, I am doing a fair bit, and I'm planning on doing more. Now that we've got the team kind of working on it, I'm able to do the animation that I would want to do to make it feel kind of almost like a stage play. I just don't I don't sit there going like, what do I want to eat today? You know, in my kitchen. Like, I don't talk out loud when I'm just living. You know, I don't narrate my life. It's more just like sometimes I talk to help myself think. It does help. It's easier to be critical about something that you hear. So we're going to need walks. So she's going to need her navigation clip to walk. And then a retrobox clip. Adam sat down at the chair, hoping he would have a productive day. He turned on the computer, expectantly waiting. The computer whirred to a start. Monitors lagging behind slightly. Adam clicked the mouse furiously. Hoping for the start screen to appear. All right. So this is a walk. This is a turn. This is with fire and blood. This is with the animation. There probably will need to be an animation there, but I don't know what it is. Kerr needs to turn and face here. Okay. So something I need to do is bring in the animations that Morgan worked on for Rekka. They are in my downloads folder, so I'll just bring them in. It's really annoying right now. The Sprite files no longer show up with the Sprite icon. Instead, they show a preview PNG of the file, which makes them imperceptible from the PNGs that they represent. It's so annoying. Okay. So let's take this away. Let's just check all of this. Don't need this layer. Don't need this. Oh, onion skinning is on, that's okay. This. Where did we get the jump? Is that in here? Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay, so now we Control T, save it. I might be able to go and change that in properties. How can you keep passion and drive for something for this many years? I struggle in keeping interest with passions. Honestly, for me, the short answer is I know and like this so much. Like, let's put it this way. For me, Insignia is not like a little, like, oh, like, it would be cool if I made this one day. Insignia is like a movie that I want to watch or a game that I want to play. So like, I'm excitedly waiting for my movie to come out or my game to come out. I'm like a fan posting on forums every day. When is Insignia going to come out? I heard that that's me right now. That's me for the last 10 years. Is like getting excited about something that I want to play one day. And it just so happens that if I sit down and do this work, the game will come out one day. At the same time, I like doing all of that work. It's actually really fun. So for me, it's like I get to have fun every day doing the thing that I like. Lots of different things, lots of different variety. I get to learn about storytelling and animation and code and direction, and I do all this stuff. And then one day, my favorite game is going to release. How exciting. You know what I mean? That's kind of how it is for me. I just don't like, there are lots of things that I lack discipline for and struggle with, even inside of the project every single day. But there's always something that's not my job, but there's still like a task that I could do that's productive. And I just do that. Do you know what it is? It's like, if you have that like ADHD kind of like trait, where it's like, if I say to you, hey, you have to do this thing today, right? You don't want to do it. If you have that trait, it's called like command avoidance or something like that. And if you give yourself a command, it's the same thing as somebody else telling you to do it. If you say, I have to do this exact thing. If I don't do this thing, if I don't check this box, I'm not working productively. For me, procrastination is like really, really powerful. Like if you tell me I have to do something today, I'm going to dread it. Instead, with this project, I have like hundreds of these. Like I have so many things that like my brain can't track all of them. So what I do is I have this thing that I need to do today, and I'm dreading that, but I'll just do this one instead. I'm not going to do what I have to do. I'm just going to do this other thing. And as long as I just like never get around to that one, it's fine. Or even sometimes I'll like pull this out of the rotation and I'll just like go do something that I feel like is a different task. And this one will eventually get back into the rotation and I'll eventually do it. But like, I have the thing I'm supposed to do, and then I just have like all the other things that I'm sort of supposed to do, but I wasn't going to do today. But I'll just sneak off and do those instead. You know, I just like trick myself into getting excited about doing other things. Yeah, that happens to me all the time. How do you think that system will hold up the closer you get to release? It's tough. It's happening right now with me on the archaeology thing. Like there's like a list of like 10 things, and those 10 things are like the top 10 things that I kept pushing back, and now they're like the only 10 things left. But you know, the same thing goes with tasks across projects too. So I just take a day where I'm supposed to do like a YouTube video that I'm dreading, and then I just had to work on archaeology instead. You know, I just like find something else that I'm dreading. It never runs out. That's a never-ending list. You know, you're not going to run out of things that you don't want to do. Like taxes. Hey, I'll work on archaeology instead. So actually, all I need to do is just check the size of this, which is 160 by 96, and I'm pretty sure she's dead center. I can check that by looking at this 5.5, perfect. 160 by 96. Okay, so I go into Retrobox, I close this, I type in 160 by 96, and then whatever I drag in next, like laugh, boom. That should just create. And now I have laugh. Perfect. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. Okay, same thing for walk. Let's close this. 160.96, drag walk in. And now walk is done. Walk, walk, walk. Okay. Close this. Emote. Pass it in. Perfect. Are there any other things that Morgan added that I need to look at? I think for now that's okay. There is the jump. If I make this single and then apply that. Actually, it's multiple, but with nothing in it. That's how it works. So I take, the problem is this jump is actually like 3 different jumps. So maybe I'll split this up into jump start only to like 57. And then up, down, land. Now, this is actually not normally how I do this, but this will be jump up, jump down, and then jump land. Okay, and then we're gonna commit all of that. Okay, so jump fall is going to be broken, and that's okay because I'm actually not going to use it anymore. But nonetheless, we're going to do I think I have this set up so that if I do this, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and just drop all of them in and make all of them work. Oh, did that work? Oh yes, baby. That's great. Cool. Okay. Now, I don't have any cutscenes where anybody jumps into a scene. So what I could do is put her on an animation track. Where I have a spline that drops her into the scene. That's not bad. But for now, let's just populate this with the bits that we want. So what's happening here? Here, Rekka turns to... She's just going to face him. So it's Rekka idle. And she force faces left. And this is Kerr idle. And he's force facing right. So, and then here, this is Rekka walking. So, what I need to do is go to her character, go to her walk, and then change it to Rekka walk, which I think is this one. Yes. So the other one, I got to change to be called something else. It's literally just empty. But why don't I just delete it? Probably not a good idea to just delete it, but I'll call it like -old. Cool. All right. So then back to the scene. Self-awareness. It's about body. It's a bunch of functions that check about the body's position relative to the world. Is there a wall in front of me? Is there a gap in front of me? Am I going to fall down it? How far am I off the ground? Am I grounded? That kind of stuff. It should be called like body awareness. Okay. So we need two positions here. So like Rekka walk mark 1 and walk mark 2. I have been playing Age of Empires. Yes. I probably shouldn't be. It takes up a lot of time that I don't really have. That's too fast. What do you think? She's sliding a little bit. So what you're supposed to do here, in order to track a character's walk animation, is you put them, you look at where the foot is when it lands, and then you look at how much it moves until it moves. So that was like a lot of distance there. That was no good. But I think the pace was about right. So instead I have to give her more time to get from A to B. So as we watch, let's look at one of the feet. This foot is sliding to about there. So I need to pull it back until it hits about there. That's better. That's almost perfect. Beautiful. That looks great. Well, what's beautiful about it is you can drag it, and because I'm sampling it over time, if I drag it, she's going to move back. So I just looked at where she planted her foot, right here. Whoops. Here. And then all I needed to do was to see where the foot was taking off and then put that where it landed. So I can see like, okay, it's this little part here. So technically it could be slower. If we want it to be dead on, it's right there, like that. That's exactly perfect because we're resolving it in real time. We're watching it happen. When we change this, it changes how fast she moves and we can see it in real time. So it should be more like this. But I think I will speed it up a little bit. Yeah. A little faster because these frames take time anyway. Maybe even a little faster. A little slower. Can't tell. I just gotta like stop looking at the pixels. A little too fast. Yeah, it's about there. Cool. Hey, Fractals. Yeah, I mean, look. I've been chatting with these publishers a little bit. Yeah, that's way too fast. What am I doing? There are some rational things in the conversation that we could talk about a little bit more that I've been sort of processing since that conversation. It's really, it starts, and you know you're in the right ballpark when things are becoming really tough to decide between. So like, basically, this is what, I'll tell you guys really quickly, just so that you're aware of like what's happening with the project. So there's like an amount where if you put in a certain amount, and this mostly works in like dollar amounts. If you put in this much, and the publisher puts in this much, they're just going to say, hey, we put in this much, we deserve this much, right, of the revenue. We put in this much of the investment, we want this much of the revenue. Okay. If I say, hey, I'm going to raise double this amount, and I don't need all of that. Now, this relative to this is like half of that, as opposed to like 10%. So suddenly the deal becomes I'm able to push for a deal that's much more favorable if I can do that. So this amount is something that I would get over time. I could earn that and approach the same deal later from a point of like slightly stronger leverage with less risk because there's less time before release. And then I could say, hey, like, let's take a better split later. And although that doesn't sound like a little bit changed, but that changes a lot about what we could do. So instead, it would be something like 65-35 split instead of 75-25, and no recoup at the beginning. So like this just happens straight away, and I just get this much of the net. Like that's something that that we said that it was something that we could consider. So if I can make this happen, or better, which is probably that, I spent a long time on a phone call. If I could make, between you and me, if I can make this happen or better, I think I might be okay. If what's being invested into the project is what is being invested in, like there is a reasonable thing to say, like, hey, Adam might only need, like, let's say I want to put in, like, I don't know, 400K in investment on my side, and I needed another like 400 or something. These are made up numbers. This is not how life works for me. But if it was like that, and then they wanted to spend another 400K on marketing, like that's okay, I needed this much to finish the game, or this much to finish the game. Even if I split this in half, like you still need to spend like this much in marketing, probably. So even if this is 2 and 2, you still need 4. And at a certain point, it stops becoming attractive to publishers if they can't have their contribution be large, because they deal in large numbers. Because it's like, well, what do we stand to make proportion to our investment? If we want to put in like $1 million. We don't want to put in like 200K. For some investors, for some publishing identities, not necessarily like indie publishers, but some people just want it. They want to put more in so they get more out. So there's like a point where if you make this number, this is like up on Hill's take, if you make this number too large, the deal just implodes because nobody wants to invest less and get less. Right? Everyone wants to invest more and get more. So you have to hit a point where everyone's happy to invest the amount that they're happy with, take on the risk that they're happy with, and get the reward that they're happy with. So for me, like, you know, for this, if the game does really well and sells like 5 million gross worth of copies, this is super hypothetical. Don't even take any of these numbers as anything, but this would be something like 25 USD, let's call it 20, make it simple, times what, 300? No, 250? Well, my brain's not working right now. How do you get to this number? 5 divided by 25. Okay, you sold 200,000 copies. If this is 25, my brain does not work. What did I type in? Yeah, at 25 USD, let's just say. So you made 5 million. Then 1.5 goes to Steam. That's their 30%. So now you've got 3.5, and then you take 35% of that. So that becomes 350K times 3.5. So 350K, 700K, 1.05, and then, yeah, like 1.2. Like, that's kind of getting into reasonable territory. I didn't do a good job with that, but let's use a calculator again. You know, yeah, 1.225. Well, that's the thing. Like that is really good. Those are good numbers. If you have an indie game that sells 200k copies, like you should, that is a success, and you should be taking enough from that. This is my mindset. Like, whatever that is, you should walk away happy. So for me, whatever I need to do to make that successful for me is like where I'm headed. This would be, the way you would do this actually is something more like, you would realistically, you want to go from like 80k sales on Steam is reasonable, right? With a good marketing campaign and a good game. And you would do this maybe across 3 platforms. You know, maybe you would do it on Steam and Switch and PlayStation or something. So, and you would hope that you would get something equal across the 3. This becomes pretty reasonable if you do it on 3 platforms. So now it's like 240k, right? Assuming PlayStation's going to do that well. So you're at like 240,000 times 25 US. That's 6 million. So take our number 1.225 and times it by 6 on 5, which gives us that's not what I wanted. Is now you're close to 1.5, right? 1.5 M USD pre-tax. I mean, that is okay, you know? Nah, Switch is not picky. I'm already on Switch. Switch 2. And Switch 2 doesn't, there's no distinction between Switch and Switch 2. It's the same platform. Switch is really easy to get onto. Yeah. We got the rights to a dev kit. We've got a license for it already. Because of Arrowbound. It's a prior release. So if you've released a game before, it's a lot easier. X29BD says, I want to start making games and I'm a former doctor with nothing in my head about coding. Where to start? That's really tough. For you, you're probably really good at studying. So I would say like watch a lot of videos, read some documentation. If you want to make games, pick a language and a platform that's going to work for you. So I would probably suggest Godot. Rockstar Guava. I might try it. I am drinking V. That's right. So, how many people in my company? Technically just me, but we've got a contracted team of 5. Okay, so she walks over here and then she turns to him at the end of that walk. That's a long... Maybe she's walking too far. Probably like there, actually, is probably fine. Here. Which means we can do it shorter. A little further. Yeah, cool. And then at the end, she turns to him. And then she emotes. They both go into their battle idol. Okay. So for me, like, it's really important that I get to this point where, with the money stuff, I think this is valuable for me. For like 10 years of work and building the business and running the YouTube channel and all of that stuff, like, that's kind of what I'm looking to take from Insignia. There's obviously other ways we can do that. Merch and soundtrack sales and all kinds of optional stuff, DLC, who knows, but you know, you have to aim high, right? Who knows what will actually happen. Blueprints can be hard. It's an intuition. You have to build it. It's the same as coding. You have to be able to scan it very easily. I think blueprints work when you can compress them down into functions. So you take like a big blueprint and you go whoop, and that's just one node with a name. Once you can do that, it's fine. It's like code. So we need actually more of these guys. 1, 2, 1, whoop. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can I multi-edit? Yes. Face, direction of travel? None. Save. Okay. Shorter, 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 staggered. Like Scooby-Doo. I think this yes, sir should come before they move. Yes, sir. Run. Good afternoon. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Yo, whatever happened with the scene graph John Doorman plugin? John Doorman. I'm working on creating more time to work on it. I mean, it's great. We use it all the time. It's like the foundation of the game in terms of like the game has a map and we use the map using scene graph. I love it. I just don't have a lot of time in my week to put into user testing it. But for sure, like it's coming along really well. There are still some bugs in it. No, I don't dread it. I literally just don't like. It's so low on the priority list, even though it's high on my priority list. But it's like in the tier list of priorities, it's A tier, but there's like 8 things in S tier. That's the problem. All right. So let's have a preliminary watch of this cutscene. Hey, so far so good. Awesome. Great start. She starts walking a little early here. She should really start like here. She also doesn't jump in yet. I think I'll need for that. I mean, it might even be easiest to sort of just hand animate something. I'll do it with the splines. One more in. I find when working with Beziers, it's kind of easiest to just put one in the middle at the crest of whatever turn you're doing, and then you can tweak it from there. Cool. Except I need to split these the other way so that it's you and you, and then flip you like that. And then the player can go, whoop, perfect. Great. So the target in this case is Rekka, and she's going to go like that over time. And then what we're going to do here is have an animation clip inside of records here. We're going to have a new animation track that has the spline controller on it. And this is going to be called Rekka spline controller. I'm going to put it at the very top. And then inside of this, we'll put the spline controller on here. We're going to record where we want her to jump in. So where does she jump in? She jumps in here. So from here, go to our spline controller, set it at 0. And then here, Spline controller, set it at 1. Stop recording. Convert to clip track. Now we have that recorded. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. I guess we could just watch it and see if it does it. But it technically should do it. I just think it might be the case that she is locked to her position because she's an NPC. So just setting her position like this might not actually work, but you know, that's for us to find out. Okay. Hey, okay, it worked. Perfect. Okay. So there was a little bit of something going on here that we needed to fix with the spline. I guess the not to, it's this thing was facing the wrong way. It needs to be more like that. This needs to be in a little bit and over and out. Make it more parabolic. Should go halfway. This should be more like this. Now this can be in a little bit. Cool. Now, do we want her to just jump into the scene? Or do we want the camera to look up at her and then she jumps into the scene? I'm not sure yet. But let's try both. The beauty of it is we can literally do both. So now let's also make sure that this is happening. Yeah, that's easing in a way that I don't like. So let's go to the curves, press F. That's the ease in out that we don't want. This needs to be more like linear or parabolic. I think linear is probably better. It should, no. Well, it should start slow and it should start fast and end fast. So it should be more like this. Yeah, that's kind of more ideal. So it's like the speed starts fast because she's jumping. She has a lot of velocity. Then that velocity slows down in the middle and then speeds back up again as gravity catches her. I wish I could play this back. It's kind of annoying that it's not previewing. If I do this and then do this, will it? If I go and click on the spline controller. Yeah, that does work. So we're finding out what's wrong with this now. This, like here, should be where it levels out. So but I think like the goal here is just don't overthink it too much. If we just keep it linear, it might just be easiest. Definitely needs to accelerate. Alternatively, what we could do is take the spline controller and bring this part up. I'd add force in the direction instead of trying to imitate physics. I mean, like, the thing is, it's a cutscene. So I'm prescribing the positions over time. I don't really want to set a velocity for her. I know what you mean. Like, it would be easier if we just say, like, hey, shoot her off in this direction. And then she'll just behave naturally no matter what. It's just like, I mean, like, maybe I could create some sort of like ballistics sim for this. Like, that was perfect. Just like that, you know? I think it's just better to just preview things in a way that makes sense for you so that you can author them correctly. And then don't worry so much about everything else. That's great. I just needed to align those two things. So her animation here is going to be this and then this until she hits the top, which is here. And then this until she hits the ground, which is here. And then she's going to get up and then go into idle. Okay, lots of animations here. This is jump start. This is jump up. This is jump down. This is land. And this is idle. And she's going to go boing, boing, land. Perfect. Could you have planned it more perfectly? All right. Okay. Now, he says, okay, I think her spline, that's got to be her chest. So it's too low right now. If I just move this up a little bit to here, it'll be basically perfect. Thanks, Elzak. She's about as tall as him. It might be a little taller. Yeah, you guys, I mean, like, the story is there's a lot to this plot. You're just finding out about it. Okay, she lands, he turns to her. Cool. So this, at the start of this, he's going to be facing the other way, which means I'll force him to face that way. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I actually want the camera to move up as well. So let's do a camera control track. Maybe we pull the camera out a little bit. In any case, camera shot track. Okay. So we're going to add a new clip. And then we're going to create some virtual cameras. I can try that, Matty Man. I can't start... I can start them at a different frame, actually. I think I can do that. So... Okay, so the first camera mark and the cutscene camera are going to have the same positions, which is going to be here. And actually, at this zoom scale, that's fine. I feel like we can see everything here. So as long as the ortho size is right, why don't we just do that? I'd actually like to have this be a... That's a camera mark. That's a camera mark. This one, I'm actually going to pull in at 0.9. No, 1.35. That's better. There. And then camera mark 2 is going to be out here. And then camera mark 3 is going to be back at 1.8. No, 1.35 again. And here, well, we have the two of them. I might even have a little bit of tracking with her as she walks. And then 5, we're going to pull out again. Okay, cool. So, first clip is 1 to 2. Let's ease in out everything for now. Then it's going to be 2 to 3, which happens, we zoom in after she jumps. So she's going to go jump, land, and the zoom in happens there. Next shot is going to be her walking. That's 3 and 4, 3 to 4. Camera's going to be later than her, so she's going to start walking like that. Starts walking, camera follows her. Should move a little bit slower. Maybe even more. Yep. And then right around here, we're going to do a really fast pull out from 4 to 5. Cool. Okay, let's see how that works. We need to start at number 1. We need a 0. The 0 is actually Armin at 0.35. Darth Jar Jar Binks. Did he look like he had a snooty lips? Might have to fix that. Maybe it's the way that the nose is so dark. The stem of a slug? Oh, that looked like eyes up here. Okay. I can fix that. How about now? Does that fix it? Cool. So she's too high by about 12 pixels. About there. I might have her land and hold the land for a little bit. Like hold the frame. And he turns around a little too quickly right now. There we go. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we'll just put him over here. I also feel like this way, it makes it sound like she reports to him, which I need to be careful of because she doesn't. They're both equal in command. I think what I'll do is have him say one more thing. Oh. Okay, so he says this on his own. And then she lands and says this. That's better. Ooh, I spelled that incorrectly. Perfect. That's looking really good. I'm very proud of that. Yo, I'm missing. I totally missed. I've got a meeting. I completely lost track of time. Whoops. We have some music reviews to do. My fault, you know. I gotta be more. I have to have these meetings on alarms. I actually literally do have a notification in my phone about this, but my phone's on silent. That's so annoying. My fault. I got too much stuff on my second monitor, that's why. Awesome. Cool. All right, we're going to hop off this so we can do a meeting. This so far is exceeding my expectations. This is coming up really nicely. None of this should be in sound design, so that's bad. Let's stage everything. Not stage. Let's unstage everything. Let's. We want to switch to development and stash and reapply. Some conflicts we have to resolve. Let's resolve them. What exactly? This thing, let's use development. And this thing, let's use development. And then everything else adds cool. Okay. And then we're going to merge this into sound design. And then we're going to go into this meeting. Resolve using development. Commit. Perfect. Push it. Let's go. All right. I'm going to jump in now. Cool. So what we're doing right now is we're doing a bit of a music schedule recap. I have set up this lovely index for the team. So for us, all we have to do is click on, where are we? Music whiteboard. And that should take us right to the document. Cool.
Hey.
Hey, just checking whether or not anything we worked on today is spoiler territory. Although I suppose you know better than I do, but you could say, let me know if it involves anything to do with with Rex.
It's just the Hunden palette, really. So I don't think it's spoilery. It's yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
And yeah, it's not really a strong like melodic idea at the moment. Yeah, just trying to find the right texture.
All right.
Colors.
Is it just this here?
Yeah, that video, yeah.
Awesome. All right. I am going to put my volume up as high as it'll go. Hopefully my eardrums survive. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, very good. For sure. I have almost no notes. Yeah, I think
Yay.
yeah, I think all of the palette there is just like right on. I like that the string instrument at the top end. I like the kind of like war drums, the industrial stuff. It's all exactly. It's perfect.
Yeah, I have this thing in my mind that like the Hunden and just like that wolfish quality, there's something about the low strings and just like sort of sliding into notes that just feels so wolf-like to me. I don't know.
No, I agree. It's something, yeah. It's so, I wonder if there's something that I can do with this where like we've got a lot of the human sounds are like flute sounds. We used a lot of that in home and stuff like that. And a lot of and Armin plays a cello, but a lot of the villains, like I feel like the texture that works really well here is like the bottom end, like double bass or the cellos that are like doing those
Yeah.
staccato kind of bits. I don't know, maybe there's something we could do there somehow. It's like a distant
Mm.
opportunity, but yeah, I think all of the choices are right.
Yeah. That's something I've been thinking about as well, because it's like, yeah, obviously Armin plays the cello, and that's sort of a part of his character, but I've never felt like the sound of the cello is the sound of Armin in a
Mm.
way. Like, yeah, it feels so much more suited to the villain somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, short of giving him a flute instead, which like is not that hard to do. And in fact, it would be so much easier to justify in the game to have him pull a flute out of his jacket rather than a cello from behind his back. I think it's just hard because like the cello is literally one of the first things I drew in the game, so I would have to be saying goodbye to
Yeah.
something that's important to me. But
No, I'm not saying at all remove it, but it's just funny because
yeah, no, I agree. Okay, well, I would love to hear like a bit more melodic development in this space.
yeah.
Although if that is something that is difficult to force right now, I'm happy to sort of like just use this and work with this where it makes sense, and then like for specific character things we can like flesh out the identities more, or we can move into other spaces. I'm actually just doing a cutscene right now that we could even use this for the cutscene. We're like introducing a lot of the Hunden characters, so
Cool.
yeah. Do you have like beyond today, do you have much that's sort of on your agenda that you have the, I guess, like direction and insight to follow up on, or do you want me to set a schedule for you?
Um, I mean, I'm happy to keep exploring this in terms of melodic elements, but it would probably be good to have something else
Yep.
also to start on.
Yep. Cool. So, right now in the game, I think it's easy to just go chronologically. So the start of the game is the Ridgelands space. So we've got that. We've got the dream kind of sequence that we're working through, and then we've got this scene here, which I just got so distracted working on it. I'm really sorry that I missed the meeting.
That's okay.
So this is like, let me click this button. Armin is like dreaming or just waking up from the dream, and at the same time, it just so happens that our villains kind of like come onto the scene, sort of just out of eyesight, above where he is. And so the Hunden are like looking for something. We have Kerr and Rekka kind of interacting with each other. They're kind of just giving away a little bit of it's like a bit of foreshadowing or like a bit of plot exposition without going too specific. So they're just talking about what they're looking for, the humans. I don't know what the music would be for this scene. Maybe we could use that Hunden track or some variation of it. I kind of think we'll need there's a lot of these moments in the game in this chapter where it's sort of like there's plot that's developing, there's characters doing stuff, and it's not strictly speaking like how do I put it? Well, I guess there's a couple ways we could go. We could go like we could use one of these characters' themes in this space as we're introducing them. Armin just sits down. Or we could create like some music that's a bit more conceptually abstracted from exactly what's happening, but that we could use in other places. So it's like a foul plot developing kind of thing. I know that we have something that's like really sort of sinister at the end of chapter 1. Maybe we could use that here, but it might be too dark. This might need to be a little bit more. I don't know. I might need to grab like a sample from somewhere else to sort of create the reference, but it's like something that feels like these characters, like they're the villains, but it's almost like, I don't know, I don't know why I'm referencing Shakespeare, but like when like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are kind of like, doing their chatting in Hamlet. Is it Hamlet? Whenever they're in, where it's like these are characters and they're doing stuff and they're relating to the plot, but like it's not this where we're invited to not think of them as being too I don't know, like like the music has a way of sort of telling you whether or not you should be thinking about these characters as like people or like forces. Because it's got a little bit more identity to it, or it's a little bit more light. It's not so perilous or whatever. Like there's kind of dialogue happening here. It's not immediately dangerous.
Yeah.
And we're expecting to meet these characters a few times. I'm kind of trying to like clue the player into that with this introduction. They're like the protagonists of their own plot right now, in a way.
Yeah.
Like Armin's not even on camera during this. So not that we're expected to like relate to them per se, but they're like Team Rocket in Pokemon, if that's a reference that rings a bell.
It's like it's meant to be a bit more ominous than it's not like, I mean, the track we just listened to is very sort of bombastic marching, like an army's coming. This is more like intrigue, like, what are they up to? Like there's some sort of dark undertone, but it's just sort of sitting in the background underneath, sort of like something over your shoulder, like, very subtle.
Yeah. There's like a transformation with both of these characters that is going to happen, not in this chapter, but it starts from when you meet them, but throughout the plot, these characters will go from like complete villains to essentially, if it was like an RPG, almost like party members. Like they will be to some degree allies of Armin by the end. So even though Armin is threatened by them right now, even though they're villains right now, there's personality that I want for the player to feel drawn to. So
yeah,
I would be happy for you to sort of like stew on all of that and propose something that we could use for this. And I'm happy for it to be something that's I don't know if I'd go as like unique as the Lakeside track, where it's like could explicitly be only used once. But
I mean, would it be worth exploring thematic material for Rekka/Kerr/Rekka or
yeah. For sure.
Because we haven't done any themes for them yet, and I feel like that would be something that would work.
Let's do it. That's a great idea. Okay. So maybe I'll go away and I'll give you like, I feel like you've got a fair bit of backstory on them, or like plot info in the story docs. But if you need like a bunch more, I'm happy to pull up a bunch of like audio references or analogies to other characters, like we did with Rex, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a little bit of an idea, but more is always helpful. So
Okay.
if you have the time,
For sure.
Yeah,
I can do that. Okay. I'll try to get that done. It probably won't be it's already 5 p.m. So let's say not today, but maybe tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Cool. All right. That's all that I needed to say.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No
Great
worries.
work as usual.
All right.
See ya.
See ya.
Cool. That was great. I want to listen to it again. I wonder if it'll fit this. Let's just like play the music. Hang on a second. Hang on. Could I think I'll start the scene again from scratch. It kind of works, actually. That was actually pretty reasonable. I timed it out, but that was pretty good. Now, I know I didn't. There was a bunch of typo stuff in there. Its power. Yes, human is spelled like that on purpose. Ooh. Hang on. Changed on disk. What changed on disk? I hope nothing too important. Okay. I don't think anything changed. Okay, nothing important. Cool. Let's tweak this a little bit more. We just need like 500 cutscenes. I know, and you know what? This even needs, like, every cutscene needs like an afternoon like this minimum. There's also things like this guy being too high up in that conversation, where like his dialogue, breaks his head. Let me just take some notes. Insignia, working document, project management. And this is going to be called Ridgelands Scene Feedback. This is way too loud in my ear holes right now. Okay. No worries. Thank you so much. Okay, let's try it again. Well, we don't need the music at all, but there isn't any in this scene anyway. So, okay. Maybe we should pull this one out. I don't think this camera's in a good spot. So maybe it's more like here. And if it's 1.8, then we could probably do, well, we don't want to do that, but maybe it's getting a bit dicey at that size. So then maybe that. That's perfect. Now, I think that it's good to be out in the night air. I think we reveal Rekka too early. So this camera move here needs to happen kind of more like there. Let's play some stream music back on. I almost think that there should be a slow pan from one to the other. So when he says like, it's good to be out in the night air, this here should be like a really slow. Yeah, I was thinking that she could be dark. I mean, maybe we could do like a version where we tint her thing. We tint her sprite down. Sut scene. Gotta get those sut scenes in the game, you know? Also, like these guys, their animations need to start at the beginning of the scene. You, all the way over here. Okay. Yeah, it just like all of that needs to be timed way slower. So like the it's good to be out in the night air should be like a whole second. Ding, 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 ding. There's like a whole bunch of time here. Let's see that. And then these two will laugh right now. And good thing we have a laugh animation. So I told him, and then right here, they're gonna both laugh. Maybe this should have been a loop. Hmm. Okay. Cool. He'll have a laugh as well. They'll laugh together. Cool. I think Luca did an early laugh for him, but maybe not. No. Okay. Maybe I just imagined it. All right. Well, I can do like a little something. This is the way that it should be too. Like, I should be saying, hey, we need this animation because it's in the game, but it's not finished yet. So he's going to be doing this. No, it's got to be down. No, I'd love to give him like a proper one where his legs are a little bit further apart. He's probably more like in a different sort of stance. Like doubling over almost. Maybe he builds into it. Maybe he's like, and then he lies on his back. This makes no sense. The problem with this process is that I'm just like adding it in rather than really thinking about it. And I think that's not a good way to create direction for the team. That'll do for now. It looks like laughing. It's not bad. And maybe there's like a, maybe the alternate version's more like a ho 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 ho. For those of you who have played Street Fighter, you know, like Karin's laugh. Oh, I mean, I'll have one of the team work on that later. I just needed something to put in. What are we at? We are at 192 by 128, and I'm guessing dead center as well. Great. Like, honestly, that as an MVP is probably fine. All right, let's watch it back. I love watching this stuff back. Just watching it build over time. It's really enjoyable for me. Oops. Back to idle. Whoops. It's like I'm like trying to watch my favorite TV show and we're just starting. I gotta keep pressing play again. That It's True needs to be here. So good. This scene, when all of the set is in and everything's working, it's going to be a really good one. It's going to be maybe one of my favorites in the game, I think. Just introducing characters, you know. I feel like that jump that she makes, we should be pulling the camera out all the way until that point. But it is. I guess it's because it's him talking in the middle. So maybe we can afford to go out to here. And I like how they both stop at the exact same time. Sick. That's right, human. That's what they call. That's what they call them in this world. Hunden, human, Martin. It's all .en. Well, not dot, it's all en. .en. Now this is not what this looks like, but that's okay. Wait, is there an anchor that I did for this? Parallax anchor? Oh, okay. Well. It's basically, the idea is they're like Germanic name endings. I actually literally recorded a video about this like a day ago. But the only thing is I didn't think it was ready. You want me to give you the little rundown? I could literally just play the video in DaVinci Resolve for you. Okay. Hey, it's Insignia. It's the races of the world of Insignia. Let me explain it to you. So, in this world, there are lots of animal creatures that live kind of alongside humans. They evolved alongside them. They all have the power of speech. They have societies, cultures, civilization. They live on different continents, mostly. The human are like us, humans. In this world, though, in the human language, they call all of the races names ending with en. That's just part of how that's just their language system. Those races don't call themselves that, but in the human language, en is how you end proper nouns for races. So there's the human, there are the Hunden, those are dog men. There are the Hithen, they're cats. The Froggen, obviously, frogs. The Marten, just like we call them Martin. The Hubaren, they're like busted birds. The Hoggen, Hammen, Hiren, which is actually the Urdu word for deer, and Vulpen. And that's not an exhaustive set. There are lots of other races too, but these are kind of like races that feature in the game, in the plot of the story. The main antagonists are the Hunden. There are others, like this is a Hoggen, that's another Hunden. They're not all, some of the characters are more rounded out than others. And others just sort of make cameos. Other races just make cameos. There's even just animals in the game that aren't, they're like just wild or domesticated animals. Just like humans, are cousins to like monkeys. These dogs are like cousins to the Hunden in terms of species. Yeah, there's a cat race. That's the Hithen. Culturally speaking, the Hunden are something like what you would equate to like the Mongolian Empire. So lots of disparate tribes constantly fighting each other, but when united, extremely powerful. The Hithen are more like Bohemian. They're like have a lot of value in cultural, like self-expression. They almost have like an Amish kind of thing where when they come of age, it's customary for them to leave their kingdom and travel the world. They often do that in bands, like performing actors, that kind of thing. As musicians, poets, jugglers, whatever. The Froggen are a little more basic. They're not as intelligent. They mostly keep to themselves, and they're very solitary. The Marten are like the goblins of this world. They're a bit more suggestible. They are obsessed with gold. They're kind of invasive. They'll like colonize anywhere that is abandoned, and they'll set up little toll bridges and little ways of trying to like scam people out of money and rob them, basically. The Hubaran are they are very territorial, and they stay in where they live. They don't engage in like geopolitics or anything. They just kind of like stay very locked up in their own space. They're desert dwellers. The Hoggen are they roam, and they're mostly like mercenary types. But what they do is basically just look for a situation where they can be comfortable. They set themselves up and they stay there. So wherever they are, all they really want to do is have a pint at the end of the day, a good meal, gossip around the bar. They fight often. They like to fight. They mostly do it for personal reasons though. Or like selfish reasons, not collectively. The Hammon are like the hobbits of this world. They're just plucky little explorers. They try to stay out of trouble, but they find themselves in it more often than they ought to. They're adventurous. They're just curious. They're just curious types. The Hiran are more tribalistic, shamanistic. They are kind of like much more attuned to nature. Unfortunately, they don't have a mind for, or a culture for influence. So they're at the mercy of what's happening in the world. Their habitat, the place, their culture is kind of like always under attack, because the environment is so important to them, but they don't have the means to protect it, at least not the normal means. The Vulpin are foxes. They're cousins to the Hunden. They live far away. They are quite wealthy and quite intelligent. And this guy here, his name's Pillow. He is kind of like an inventor. So they're kind of like, if you imagine like Switzerland, you know what I mean? Like they sort of just like come from somewhere quite prosperous. They are not like an empire. They're just like a small civilization that have figured life out, and they live in that space. Then there are like monsters. These are creatures who have been corrupted by the influence of essentially a magical force so powerful that it corrupted their like DNA hundreds of years ago, and they're like elemental enemies in the game. Yeah, that's Insignia. These are some of the villains. These are the Hunden, the commanders of the Hunden Empire. We have Baruch, Kerr, Rekka, Cecil, and Rex. Rekka is the adopted daughter of Rex. She's human, but she believes herself to be Hunden. Cecil is the kind of tactician, scientist, mastermind. Baruch is actually the previous chief of the largest Hunden tribe, but he was bested by Rex. He lost an arm in that fight, and now he's loyal to Rex. And Kerr is kind of like the spy master, thief. He kind of sees himself as above most of the conflict, but he enjoys just sort of seeing drama play out. He and Rekka are good friends. They're partners. They both do reconnaissance for the Hunden Empire. Rex is a mysterious figure who appeared only a decade or two ago. He was sort of unknown to the Hunden, and they were quite disorganized before he came onto the scene. And now he leads them as a united empire against the humans. Pretty cool, huh? So that's what you're seeing here. You're seeing the Hunden. This is like one of the first scenes after chapter 1, where the human town of Orenstead is burnt to the ground by the Hunden. This is on the other side of the mountain. The Hunden are looking for something, and Kerr here and Rekka have been sent with this band of Hunden just just grunts, to essentially seek a relic. There's something important that they're here to find. It should, yeah, I just know. That's a good catch. Excuse me. Hello, mouse and keyboard. Oh, everything's frozen? Hello? Okay. Jeez, I don't know what just happened. Okay, so I think I just accidentally didn't check that button for him. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Save that. Now we're good. I don't know why, but Unity just cocked it for a second. Do I still do pixel art feedback and or reviews? I could do like a short one now. If you want to redeem it. Redeem it. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. That's gonna hurt the stream. I'll be right back because I'm streaming from my phone right now. See you in a sec. Yo. Did you post it in Discord? Yeah, I was muted on purpose. I was taking a phone call. Ross says, let me put it in Discord. I'm guessing it's in art feedback. Oh, there you go. Cool. Nice. All right. Let me go and paste it in here. So can you give me a bit of background about what this is and it's what it's for? Like not just like logically, but like, is it for a game? Like what does it do in the game? Is it a level? Like, is it a cutscene? And we've got a Clinker's Redemption. Yep. Yeah, this is one of those like Chrono Trigger shots. I think I know the one you're talking about. Like one of these ones. Gotcha. Cool. Okay. Bro, I just ate the clinker and I didn't even say what it was. What did you guess? I remember what it was, but I need you to say... I need you to guess first. I can try again. We can start again if you call it. I just literally just ate it. Your options are pink, green, and yellow. Let me get another one for you. It was green. I just straight, or maybe it was pink. I just ate it. Okay, pink. Nah, it's yellow. Sorry. All right. So this is your character. I'm imagining this is your space. Here are my thoughts. Right now, I feel like the distinction. So what you're trying to do is, well, there's a few things. This is if I understand correctly, this is 4x3, which means there's a lot of background, right? And because of how far the camera is out, we're seeing like the whole gamut of the sky out like this. So you're seeing stuff down here, go to the horizon, and then pull all the way back up to the clouds as we, look out. I guess in a way, it goes up like this. To the point where it's almost like coming back around us. So perspective-wise, there's a lot happening here. I wonder if, I guess if you're doing something with the camera, if we're like starting here and then like panning out and then like panning up like this, I could see it working. They do that in anime all the time. So treating it like a plate, like this whole thing is like an animated plate that you're gonna move the camera up, then I think it's fine. There are some contrast things that I would be concerned about here. One is that I think it's really important when you do something like this, especially where the color spaces are very similar, is to make a clear distinction. Like, not necessarily like a black outline, but something that lets you say, hey, all of this is on a separate layer to all of that. Maybe if there's parallax, that will just do that automatically. Like as you move the camera, if this is moving slower than this, then it might be fine. But there are some other things that I would just be mindful of as well, where your atmosphere here should be like over here, all these colors are all kind of like the right amount of like washed out, I would say. Like they all sort of feel like, the blacks aren't black, they're sort of like blue gray. and the blues aren't blue, they're sort of like blue-gray. So everything has like a blue or grayer tint to it, which is kind of telling us that there's atmosphere between here and there that's got this like washed out sort of afternoon quality to it. I like that a lot. But I think here, I almost am expecting to see that same level, or not the same, but some degree of that happening here, particularly with these colors. I feel like these trees should be like way more like this. And this could be more like this. This could be more like, well, not quite like that, but you know, I just think, and then I would say, do you want this to be gray? Like, so I think the color space should be a little bit flatter or more vibrant, but right now it's kind of awkward in that it's like very gray, and then there just happens to be this very vibrant yellow right in the middle of it. That's super eye-catching. So it's almost like the signal to noise ratio in this space is like nothing, 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 yellow, nothing, 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 nothing. You know, a little bit of red, red, red. So I would say like you either need to like lower the yellow down or lift the baseline up. Like you could saturate, depending on what you're trying to do with the story, you know, you could saturate this stuff here to be more vibrant. It looks barren. It looks like a place where there's not a lot of life. So I would just be careful. I mean, yes, also shadows for sure. Just helps in general. Just grounding some of these elements in the scene, especially like it looks like you're trying to do the light from this side and you've got some shadows here, but I feel like you would need sort of to do that more. You kind of need more of that, and you could even darken them a bit more at the base. And here and here. Actually, you wouldn't do single like this. You would have it all be dark in this whole area, because imagine this is a big plate. That's going to occlude all of this stuff. Everything in here is going to be darker. Not here, obviously, but... Hey, Necrocode. I will have to get back to you on that. I thought it was a road as well. I didn't even realize this was ocean. So like definitely you want to start creating more of a appearance of water over here. That helps a lot. You already sort of doing it here, but that helps. Level of detail. I mean, look, let's I would say right now there are things that you do right and things that make it hard for you. Using a lot of the negative space here with this particular color and how you work in the grass here and there and this stuff here is very effective. Right? All of this, if you just showed me this as a piece of pixel art on its own, just this part right here, I would say it's looking really nice. Just this. That's amazing. Because everything's got quite a good amount of balance to it. The amount of detail in the space is really nice. You're sort of suggesting grass, but you're not having to draw every piece of blade of grass all through it. This is lovely. I think for me, it's all of this yellow noise is getting in the way. And especially like, you know, all around here, you've got these very sort of like irregular kind of jagged shapes that look unfinished. They don't look very confident. Maybe because they're not finished. Maybe it's work in progress. But I kind of don't really understand what I'm looking at with all of this stuff, both perspective-wise and like in terms of the detail. I could say the same thing over here. Like, I don't really know what's happening at this line here. Like, is this higher up than, is this like another step down again? Or is it flat? I mean, would appear to be flat because of this line here being continuous. So then if it's flat, like, is there any kind of like, you know, break between this? If this is grass or whatever, can we see like some dying out, some patchwork to tell us that this is like a beach or something? It's very, and then especially this line right here really kills the effect. So you probably want to bring that beach side all the way up, maybe in a little bit. You know, now maybe it reads a bit more like sand, that we're sort of, that's, you know, like a beach. But also like the edge of the water, like what is this texture? Like, is it foam? Should this be like washing up like this, or is it like more like a lake? Right now, I would say my guess is that you're probably drowning a little bit in the details. There's like zooming in, there's so much, and then I zoom out and it's like, that's a quarter of the image. You know what I mean? So compositionally, I think you're struggling because of how much there is. I would ask the question, what is your goal? What is the value of this shot? What does it achieve inside of your game? If this is like the whole game world, if the whole game world takes place down there, I would say you're justified in putting this effort in. If this is just like a thing that happens briefly in the game and all of these details aren't that important, then I would say maybe try reapproaching with another layer of abstraction where we're just doing less detailing. One way that I would try to do that, something that I do a lot of these days, is I actually step outside of the pixel art space, right? I'm not sitting here doing details here. I'm just drawing it as a thumbnail sketch. And I'm thinking about it as like a composition. So it's something like this. Okay, here's my shot. Okay, that's what I got to work with. Let's clean this up. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, where is my horizon? Okay, it's here. Here's the yellow. That's this shot here. What the heck? This color, I think. Okay, and then down here I've got this color. Okay, we've got this thing here. Another thing here. Is that continuous? Is it not? You want to think about the macro, right? It's like, what is the large scale implications of each of the shots that you're doing? Like this shadow down here, it looks like this is casting a shadow down there, but actually would it if the sun's coming from over here? So like basic large things like that, big questions that have to do with like the logistics of the frame. You know, would this actually be that dark if this blue is right there? Maybe it would be more like some color in between. Maybe it would be more like this color. You know, and I'd think about, okay, so I've got this river here. What's the perspective implications? Maybe this river, because it's getting closer to us, maybe it's wider here and narrower as it heads out to sea relative to what we can see. You know, this circle, it's very circular. Maybe it would appear flatter to us. Relative to what we could see. And we're just like, this doesn't, you know, this mountain here, it's very solitary. You know, is it part of a wider range? I like what you're doing with it. So doing it this way, it's already not that hard to start thinking about like what you want out of the frame and make like, I think like just in more informed decisions at that compositional level rather than I guess locking yourself into a scenario where you're doing all these details but you don't know if they're right yet. Like, I don't know what this is, actually. When I look at this, and especially the way that this line connects to that line, like, does that continue to the mountain? Or is this just part of a cliff edge? Where these trees kind of line it from there. It's just hard to tell the difference. Like this, I guess that rolls off and goes down, but this looks like quite a drop. So like, how does it just roll calmly all the way downhill? You could walk that? I'd just be careful about lining them up so tightly. And now you can start thinking a bit more critically about where the light's coming from. So you could say, okay, the light is right here. It's right on the edge. And you can light everything as if you just were doing it like, you know, by hand or whatever. Drawing like smaller objects. It's just that these happen to be like really big things. But the way that physics works doesn't change, right? So like if something would be lit up, like maybe the whole side of the mountain would be mostly lit the same way, where it's facing the sun. And is the sun like way low in the ground, like way low in the sky? Or is it like, even the clouds, you know, you would think about them in that same sense of like which part is facing the light and which part is facing away from it. Now, all that's to say, it's kind of up to you how you want to build the shot, but you're not really going to be able to do that. I think like it's really important here to even now, it's worth asking the question, like compositionally, do I like this big black line? If I zoom all the way out, right? Just look at it like this. As like a postage stamp, this line is really, really loud. This black shape, super bright. It's taking up a lot of the visual interest in this frame from back here. Likewise, this is really protruding, and I wonder if it should be like that. It just seems like, for me, I would expect something more of a natural fall off this way. Even if it is a big mountain on its own like that, I feel like I would expect something more. And then I would expect, I don't know, that just feels a little more even to me. This is like, you know, maybe I would just bring this in a little bit and start breaking it up. So it's more like cracked or something, but it's still more of a rolling shape. And you want to be able to feel confident about these decisions now. You know, again, looking at the yellow, like, does it really have to be that yellow? If it's gray down there, the yellow is really hurting our ability to sort of like perceive that, because it makes everything seem desaturated by comparison. Whereas like now I feel like it's all a bit more even. So balance your shot, you know, try to think about the composition, create something that works, and then go into your pixel details and make everything pretty. But you only, like, once you know that you're happy with where it's at, should you be doing that. And what will, I think the thing that's really important in this whole process is, if it works back here, then actually it works at every level of detail. Like this, if I just like blobbed that up, it will have the same effect on the player, no matter what level of detail, no matter how granular you want to go with these details here. Like if you make these pixels on this tree or whatever, you know, a little more granular, a little less, it's not going to matter, because like the effect of the shot is where the value is. So you're really just trying to support as the director or reviewer, right? The director's job is to view is to think about it from the perspective of the viewer. So you're thinking, what's the value of this shot? How much effort does it need to sell that? And at a certain point, am I just putting details for the sake of it? You know? That's what I would say. And I try to think that way about everything that I do now. Like what needs to be here to give this thing the grade, the S tier grade or whatever, the HD for what it's trying to do, for the function that it serves right now. I mean, it's so hard to do. But that's just what design efficiency is. Like, you need to do that. You need to go through that process of thinking, looking at things at scales, putting as little energy at each scale as you need to. Yeah, the rock fountain that's kind of like, you know, I'm trying here to get there. I'm not there yet, and that's okay. But I didn't put a lot of time in it either, so it's not a big deal. The whole point about that is like, if I look at this, right, the question is, like, does this need a giant statue in it or not? If it needs a giant statue, there's no point in me coming over here and making this look pretty. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not relevant to the function and purpose of this asset. So staying on task of like, what is this for? And how much energy does it need to have put into it at each levels before it's serving that purpose? That's what you have to be able to do that. Hard to do. That's what we were talking about. I mean, I've spent more time thinking about that than probably than most people who are good at this, I imagine, are like, I don't know, maybe they get to where I am much sooner than me. I feel like I've wasted a long time being bad at this kind of thing because it wasn't intuitive to me. You know, I'm just not good at it. But I think over time I've gotten better. It's just time, you know. I feel like I can explain it well now, which is good. It feels like the kind of thing where, like, I feel like someone like Quentin Tarantino would understand this for films, and he would understand it because he's watched so many films that it's intuitive to him. He would just go, you need this scene for this reason. Move on. You need this shot in this scene for this reason. You need to introduce this character at this part for this reason, because it's like that in all the movies, you know, that he enjoys. For games, it's like, I mean, I kind of use that analogy. You know, we're kind of working by analogy, but you also, I feel like, need to be, there's so many disciplines. It is Unity, that's right, Sasu. There's so many disciplines that you sort of need, you can't afford to learn the lessons like multiple times. You know what I mean? Per discipline. You have to understand the lessons once and then use it everywhere, in music, in character design, in environment art, in storytelling. I think I have a knack for vistas more than I do for characters. I that's one thing. I think I drew a lot of landscapes as a kid or something. I don't know. I do sort of get the far backgrounds, but I struggle with setting up a scene. I think like creating a set. I think I struggle with. I don't have a good workflow for it, and we're grinding against that right now. Throughout the development, I have been grinding against this thing of how do I build sets for my game that are that have the right amount of detail with the right amount of energy, that are reusable but also not too generic. Hard to do. That's my feedback. I'm gonna go, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I'll catch you tomorrow. This stuff's really, really difficult. Like, I don't know that many people who I could have this conversation with, who have had to do anything like this and who are good at it. Let's raid Kebab Scale. Thanks, everybody. I had so much fun. Hope you did too. Please wishlist Insignia. Dude, how cool was that cutscene we put together today? We're going to see so much more like it in the coming months. So please come and check out the stream again. Wishlist Insignia on Steam if you're a real one. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.